So I have done quite a bit as well as in the public school clusters.
And were you one of Nikolas's teachers?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you remember what grade you taught him for?
Part of 3rd and 4th grade.
And do you remember what his eligibilities were as an ESE student when he entered your class?
EBD, which is emotionally, behaviorally, just I'm a little nervous here.
That's okay.
Disabled disorder.
Okay.
And language.
Okay. Emotional, behavioral, and language, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said part of 3rd grade.
Yes.
Okay. Did he start 3rd grade somewhere else?
Yes, he was in another classroom within the cluster.
And why did he move into your classroom, if you know?
I believe he was moved into mine. Sometimes in education, certain teachers work a little bit better and differently with a student.
Okay, so from what you knew about his other 3rd grade teacher, why did you think you worked better with him?
This was a decision made by the ESE specialist, myself, parent, and we had a different style, and I do believe I had taught longer.
Okay. How many children were in your 3rd grade class?
11, I believe.
Okay. I'm going to show you actually what's already been entered into evidence is D27, and you can tell me if this is your 3rd grade class. Hold on.
Yes. Or
Okay.
or
there's-
4th grade.
Okay.
High class.
You have 9 children in your class?
At this time, yes.
Okay. And do you see Nikolas in the photo?
Yes.
Okay, which one is he?
He is on the left side of the first row.
Okay. Did you have any other staff members in the class with you?
Yes, I had an assistant who had taken courses also. So she was not an aide, she was an assistant.
Okay, and is she also in this photo?
Yes, she's on the left.
Okay. And did you work with any other school staff with respect to trying to meet the needs of the children in your class?
Yes, we were in a cluster program, so I worked with the ESA specialist, Dr. Ahayan. I worked with the counselor, Mr. Noonan. It was a close group, so we would work together. The principals, they would know what was happening, and if we were going to mainstream, of course, that teacher would also be included.
Okay. And tell us a little bit more, excuse me, about your cluster classroom. What sort of strategies or features did it have that would help the ESE students?
In my classroom, a cluster, we had a very structured program. They came in, the rules were specific, like I couldn't say you need to be good. They needed to know what my requirements were. They also had a sheet on it so we could give points. They could have points up to earn something for the end of the day, and then on the Fridays. There are also sections for if there was a behavior that was inappropriate, they would also have consequences for that. I taught all the academic subjects, multi-grade. They went out for music, art, and lunch.
Okay. And when you would give them assignments, how would you instruct them on how to do them?
I would usually do it orally. I would also write things so that they have more than one way to get the information that I wanted. Also with simple instructions, not really complicated.
Okay. What do you remember about Nikolas when he first came to your class?
Nikolas was very quiet. He was aloof. He didn't blend in well with the other students. I'm trying to think, anxious, very anxious. He was very much, when he had his belongings in the classroom, he knew where they were. He did not want to share. That would upset him. And as I said, very quiet. And we also had activities for the students to learn how to get along. But he also had extra help because of his levels of academics.
Okay. What about, you said he was aloof. What did you mean by that?
He didn't really blend in with the other students. He stayed apart. In the classroom, outside PE or, just recess, that type of thing. He would be apart.
Okay. And what about his emotions? Did he display them? Could you tell how he was feeling in any given day?
Yes, he didn't display a lot, but you would know if he was more anxious that day by his, movements. He didn't emote a lot. You didn't see him laughing or happy or more anxious and getting angry. He would clench and put his arms together like that.
Did you meet his mother, Linda?
Yes, I did.
What did you think about her?
She was very kind. She was interested. We made some suggestions for her on Nikolas, and she seemed receptive that we would have, suggestions for how to help him, especially with the death of his father and other situations.
And what suggestions did you give her regarding the death of his father?
The death of his father had not really been delved into, so we suggested he go to a program, Tomorrow's Rainbow, and that works with horses as well as counseling so that he could get some help on the death of his dad.
Okay, and did Linda ever talk to you about the dynamic in the home with the three of them? We
talked with her. We knew that there was some bullying going on, so we discussed that. And that it was within the family as well as, I would imagine, on the bus and in school.
Okay, and when you say bullying in the family, what do you mean?
I believe his half-brother, Zach, was part of that.
Okay, so was Zach bullying Nick, or was Nick bullying Zach?
Oh, I'm sorry, Zach bullying Nick.
Okay. What do you remember about Nikolas's physical appearance?
Nikolas was very small for his age, thin, always clean, just really, really small compared to the other students.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 5P for identification. May I press the witness?
You may.
And tell me, ma'am, if you recognize those documents.
Oh. Okay, Ms. Pillsbury. I see some of the paperwork for myself as well as some of the other ESD teachers.
So, what are these documents?
Their assessments for Nikolas's performance as well as, I believe, their conference forms. And they're sent out every 8 weeks to let the parent know what the progress is, what we need help with, what he's doing well with.
Okay, and when are these documents created?
Halfway through the quarter of school.
Okay, so at the time or around the time of the conferences or the relevant period.
Right.
Okay. And one of the documents is actually a conference form from a teacher, another teacher he had in 4th grade. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, did you review that one at the time?
Mrs. Pillsbury?
Yes.
I probably did, because usually I sent them out together.
Okay. And do these conference forms accurately depict the forms that you created when you had these conferences with Nikolas's mother?
That would be the best that I could do, yes, accurate.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to request that 5P be moved into evidence.
What is it again, 5B?
P is in Paul.
Okay. Is there any objection from the state?
There you go.
5P for identification will be received as defense 38.
Yours is a composite.
Composite exhibit, thank you.
So I want to talk about how Nikolas performed in your class. How did he function academically in your class?
Nicholas was below level in all academic areas. So, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I would have small groups or one-on-one. My assistant also could aid. We did hands-on activities. Nicholas liked that. No science or math, that type of learning would be better for him. So we would do that type, but he was below in all levels.
Okay, and what were some of his problems that gave him, that made him below level?
I think he had difficulty focusing and staying on task and also retaining the information. We had some trouble with math and that, so we again did the hands-on and just fidgety and just hard for him to stay on task.
Okay, and did he do better when he was with the whole class or a very small group?
Very small group.
Okay, and did he display frustration from his inability?
Yes, he did.
Academically?
Yes, he did.
Okay, were you aware while he was in your class of his Fcat scores?
I would have been, yes.
Okay, and do you recall what they were when he was in third grade?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Okay, if I were to show you the scores from the third grade, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'll come back to that in just a minute. Was he receiving any occupational therapy in your class?
Not in my classroom, no.
Okay. Do you know whether he had any motor skill issues? Do you recall that?
I think fine motor, maybe cutting and that type.
Okay. Did you try to work with him on that?
I don't recall, but most likely, yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you his... Actually, I'll just go ahead and show you all of them, and then I'll ask you about them.
Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez, what is the FCAT?
The FCAT is the Florida Comprehensive Assessment Test that we were doing through the state.
Okay, and is that done every year by the students?
It is done every year by the state.
And what does it test?
It was testing his reading and math scores as well as writing.
Okay. What were his grades, or what were his scores on the FCAT in third grade?
Okay, in third grade for reading, he was below in all of the content areas. Do you want me to say what those were? Or?
Just, well, so what is the scale?
He had a level 2 overall in third grade in reading.
And what's the highest?
5.
A 5?
Mm-hmm.
So is 2 a passing grade, or I don't know if it's passing or not, but
They want it to be higher.
They want it to be higher. It's below level. Okay. What about his math score?
His math score in third grade was a level 1
Okay.
out of 5.
1 out of 5. Is that the lowest?
Yes.
Okay. What about in fourth grade? How did he do at the end of fourth grade?
His reading score was 3,
Okay.
but he was below level on 3 out of 4 tests.
3 out of 4 tests?
Other, yes, subtests.
What was the one subtest that he was above level on, or at level?
Comparison and cause and effect.
Okay. What about his math score in fourth grade?
His math score was level 1.
Still a level 1.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And then he also took a reading assessment in fourth grade?
Reading?
Yes, is one of those.
I have
I'm
writing.
sorry, the writing. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I meant writing.
Yes.
My fault.
That's okay. I mean, that's okay.
And how did he do on that?
He had 4 out of 6 points in writing.
Okay, and what does that equate to?
Okay. Let me check here. Well, I would think that having 4, since they can get out of 6, they even can get unscorable. So for 4, I would say that would be on level, I would think.
Okay. And you said earlier that he didn't really interact much with his classmates. Did you ever see him interacting with them?
Not if he initiated it himself, no. But if I had programs where we were working as well as academics on their behavior and emotions. So I would have certain activities that each one would be part of, single or in a small group, or rarely in a whole group.
Okay. And how was his behavior when he first came to your class?
I believe when he first came, he was quiet, stayed to himself, anxious. You could tell by his face and the clutching and with his mouth and everything.
Was he disruptive to the class?
He did become disruptive, yes.
Okay, when did that start happening?
There was too much pressure, and I remember, I think in 4th grade, he had trouble in school class as well as on the bus.
Okay. Did there come a time when he was mainstreamed into some classes in the 4th grade?
I think he was. That again is a joint decision. He went in, and I had a program where the points, so he would get a report from that teacher. I was also very close to the teachers with whom I mainstreamed. So she would let me know, and then it was decided that he does better with the smaller groups and with, 9 kids and 2 people in there, that's much better for him.
Okay, do you remember what classes he was mainstreamed for?
I believe he is mainstream for math and reading, the 2.
Okay, it wasn't language arts?
No.
Okay. And do you know why he was mainstreamed for those particular classes?
I don't know.
What sort of behaviors did you see him exhibiting in the 4th grade?
Towards the end, he could be very disruptive. He could be cursing and angry and throwing things, disrespect. Sometimes he even ripped up some of the other students' work or ruined a project, which would be, of course, very upsetting for them.
At some point in the 4th grade, was he given a privilege?
He was. We had a personnel, and for student council, she included everyone, cluster children as well. So he did go a few times to student council meetings with one other student to come back and tell us what was happening.
Okay, and did he maintain that status or that privilege, or did he?
No, he
What
did not. Because of his behavior, disruptive and aggressive in other situations, that privilege was taken away.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that you had some experience with autistic
Yes.
children. And is that did you think that could be partly what's going on with him?
I did not see that myself.
Okay. What did you think?
I thought the behavior, I thought we knew that he had a hard start with the biological and the drugs. We knew that he was adopted and then went to wake up his father when he was 5 and his father had passed away. I think with him being small and everything, he just couldn't stand up for himself at that time.
Okay. And did he move on to the 5th grade?
I believe he got a ESC promotion.
What is an ESE promotion?
It means that they have not made the test scores in that, but they feel they should be promoted.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
Okay, so you said it was an ESE good cause promotion.
Yes.
And does that have to do with whether he's already been retained? Do you know?
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. It's just, and it's not, again, it's a group decision.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Okay, state cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Rodriguez. How are you?
All right.
Good. So, 3rd and 4th grade, he was your student, correct?
Yes.
And he was receiving ESE services
Yes.
with you, correct?
Yes.
And we met Mr. Noonham, that was his family counselor, correct?
Yes.
And he was seeing him 90 minutes a week, one day a week for 90 minutes?
Usually it would be a few days.
I'm sorry?
It would usually be a few days, 30 minutes.
Oh, okay. So it was maybe 3 days,
Yeah.
30 minutes each? Okay. I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit or closer
Okay.
to that mic.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And he was also receiving speech pathology services as well?
Speech language, yes. Speech and language services, yes.
Okay, and was that a couple times a week for about an hour each time, or 30 minutes each time?
I would say it was a couple times a week, 30 minutes.
Okay, 30 minutes each?
With a speech language pathologist.
Okay, so that's a professional who
Right.
would come in, who would give him services?
Yes,
Okay. And was he also receiving specialized instruction in all of his academic areas?
yes,
Okay, and that would be every day,
yes.
hours a day?
Yes, this was a self-contained classroom. And so we would go through all the academics in a small setting,
Okay.
in small groups.
And he would also receive specialized instruction in behavior, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so when you say EBD, emotional behavior disorder?
disorder.
Okay, and so he had behavioral problems in addition to language problems?
Yes,
Okay, but in the school setting, behavioral problems, if they're a pattern, can be a reason to have special services, right?
yes,
Okay, and so those behavioral problems could be throwing things, correct?
yes,
It could be hitting people, correct?
yes,
It could be destroying property.
yes,
Okay, and I'm not quibbling with that. That's how children, especially at that age, should be treated. But we're talking about if they were older, if they were adults, if they were out on the street, those would be crimes, wouldn't they?
they could be, yes.
Okay, because you can't destroy people's property.
Right.
You can't hit people, right?
Correct,
Okay, so, but in the school setting, appropriately so, that trying to change the behavior at a young age, correct?
correct,
And that's a good goal, no one's disputing that, okay? But that's what that's what part of his ESC was because of his behavior in the school, correct?
correct.
Okay. And there was also specialized instruction for his social skills too, correct?
Yes, there were.
All right. And in addition to those accommodations, was he also given, for example, flexible presentations such as directions that were given to him? Were they given in a way to make him understand better?
Yes, we would give it in 1 or 2 steps, the directions. We would also sometimes write it, or we would show them exactly what we're expecting before we expected them to do the task.
And it's part of his ESC that he's to be given verbal encouragement, correct?
Yes, yes,
So if he did anything well, you were on top of him saying, "Great job, Nick," right?
yes, I believe we were very good at that, looking at what was good and accomplished.
And you would allow movement as needed for him?
Yes, if
Oh.
you needed. If it was not to just get out of a particular task, yes. Because we had a small classroom where that was set up for that.
And his proximity of his seating, I don't know if it applied to everyone in that class, but it's a small enough class that he's pretty close to you.
Yes,
Or the assistant in the classroom, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Plus,
so-
I was a teacher that walked around my students a lot. I did not just sit and instruct them there.
Okay. And that's what he got in 3rd and 4th grade when you were there, correct?
Yes, yes.
And for some reason, he was mainstreamed. Now, I couldn't exactly hear what you said when he was
I'm sorry.
mainstreamed. He was mainstreamed in 5th grade, or fourth grade? You don't recall?
I believe for fourth grade for a little while, and that was not successful, so he came back to the cluster.
Okay, so why did he get mainstreamed?
That is a committee's decision. I'm wondering, because I don't know the answer to that, but when I look at the subjects, those were the two biggest subjects for testing.
For what?
For testing, the FCAT. So I'm
Okay.
not sure.
Well, so when you were being asked about the FCAT before by Ms. Curtis, and you talked about let me get that. Is there a second exhibit? You did two? Oh, you didn't enter it? No. Okay. I have it. Just a second. The FCAT for reading in 2010 reading was a 3.
Yes,
Do you recall that? Or you still have it in front
I
of you?
still have it. Oh, third grade?
I think that's fourth grade.
Third, you're right.
No, fourth grade.
Third grade was a 2.
I'm sorry?
Third grade was 2 out of,
No, I was asking you about fourth grade.
right, the
Spring
3.
2010. Do you have that?
Yes,
Okay. And so he scored a level 3, correct?
yes,
Now, that was what's considered on-grade level, correct?
yes,
Actually, it's a little bit above on-grade level, correct?
yes,
And so, I mean, you said before, in reference to third grade, that it was a level 2. And level 2, isn't that indicating limited success with the content on the FCAT? Is that what the achievement level of 2 means?
yes,
And level 3 means indicates partial success with the content on the FCAT, correct?
yes,
And that partial success means that's where he's supposed to be in fourth grade.
right.
Okay, so that's pretty good, isn't it, for him?
Yes,
Okay. I mean, you said, 1 to 5, but a 3, that's an average score that's on grade level, correct?
yes,
Okay. And that was in fourth grade.
yes.
Okay. Now, you didn't have him in fifth grade, correct?
Correct.
Did you get to look at any of the records and how he did in fifth grade,
No,
in his achievements?
no, I didn't.
Were you given his test results from a psychological evaluation report that said his general cognitive ability is within the average range of intellectual functioning? Have you seen that?
I don't recall.
I'll show you. Mary, there's more. SBPC 696.
She says she's not familiar with anything from the 5th grade.
I'll show her.
Okay, the objection's overruled.
were the, what year was third grade?
I had in 2008, 2009, I believe.
Okay, and fourth grade was 2009 to 2010, correct?
I don't think I had him 2010. I had him halfway through third and then fourth. So 2008, 2010, 2009, 2010.
You did have them, so 2008 to 2010, but there's some, I'm not saying every month.
Right.
Okay. So I'm showing you a report date from June 24th, 09, psychological evaluation report done by psychologist Dr. Jennifer Klein.
Yes.
And you could read it as much as you want, but I'm going to direct your attention to SPVC 696, that's page 3 of this.
Okay.
But I'll let you look at it in the first paragraph of page 3.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm going to ask again, if she's never seen this, it's not refreshing her recollection. She didn't know these things.
It's cross-examination.
Oh.
Sorry.
Did you get to read page 3, the first paragraph?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the defendants, I'll limit so I can read it correctly.
Okay.
Don't want to misquote it. Did you read that it said Nikolas's general cognitive ability is within the average range of intellectual functioning as measured by the Reynolds Intellectual Assessment Scales? His overall thinking and reasoning abilities exceed those of approximately 32% of children his age. Nikolas's verbal reasoning abilities are within the average range. His nonverbal reasoning skills are also within the average range. Is that what it said?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Do you remember that from him being your student?
I'm sure that I saw Dr. Klein's report. I did not remember.
Okay. Your Honor, based on the certificate of authenticity that has already been filed in this case, this is SBBC 694 through 698. The state would offer State's Exhibit 24W with the evidence.
Donna, give me a moment, please.
Just for the record, there's some highlighting on this one, so we'll do a clean copy.
You're going to substitute it at a later time?
I'm sorry?
You're gonna substitute a clean copy at a later time?
Yes, without any highlighting on it, we'll just put the,
Okay, is there any objection other than what's already been stated by the defense?
No, I was just asking if you publish it or if you get clean copies.
Okay, it's a state exhibit, so they can publish if they want it. S 24, states 24W will be received as states 483. It's a composite exhibit.
No, just for clarification, I'm just asking if you publish the dedicated clean copy,
Yeah,
not the one you
no
presented.
problem. If I may show that page to the jury, Your Honor. Page 696. Okay. So going back to the mainstreaming questions, so it's a joint decision whether or not the defendant should have been mainstreamed in fourth grade, correct?
Yes, it is.
And so it's members of the ESE committee.
Yes, it would be the ESE specialists, teachers, specialists for language, speech, as well as the teacher we thought could be taking Nikolas for mainstream.
Okay.
For mainstream.
And did he go to Miss or Mr., I don't know, N. Russo and C. Pillsbury?
Mrs. Russo.
Okay, those names are
She
familiar
was
to you.
She was the teacher, and Mrs. Pillsbury was also an ESE teacher within the classroom.
Okay, I'm going to show you a document, SDBC 1738. See if this refreshes your recollection as to when he was mainstreamed.
Yes,
What was the date on that?
February 19th, 2010.
What is that document?
This is an interim. In between the quarters, we give halfway through an interim report to the parents, and it lets them know how their child is doing in school, whether there are areas that need to be improved or praised, and they can also come in and talk with us and have a conference.
Okay, and how is he doing in February of 10?
He seems to be doing well. He's learning, he's adjusting well, and we're focusing on improvements in the above areas.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And you have been part of that ESC committee for Nikolas on occasion, correct? Do you
Yes.
recall? Okay. And when you all get together, you are guided by certain principles such as least restrictive environment, correct?
Correct?
And what's in the best interest of the child, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are those the two most important things that guides you in making a decision?
Yes, could you repeat the second one again, please?
Making a decision in the best interest of the child.
Yes.
Okay. So the least restrictive environment involves putting in, let me start over. A more restrictive environment would be like the cluster ESE class, correct?
Correct.
Because there's constant eyes on him.
Correct.
And a less restrictive environment would be general education.
Correct.
Okay, and so every student under federal and state law is entitled to what works best for them, the least restrictive environment, correct?
Correct.
And the least restrictive environment could be a cluster class, which it was for the defendant for several years before this time that he was mainstream, correct?
Correct. I believe the mainstream was fourth grade, and then he came back to us in the
Okay.
cluster.
Okay, I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
But as a decision is made, well, strike that. So it's not an irreversible decision to mainstream a student, correct?
Correct.
It can, just like you mainstreamed, it could be, I'm sorry, it's not working, the committee gets together again, we need to put you back in the cluster.
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the committee must have had some good data to mainstream the defendant?
Correct.
Okay, so good data would probably look like academics, behavior, correct?
Correct.
And he's doing better, correct?
Yes.
So that's why a decision was made to mainstream.
Correct.
Okay. And during the time that you were with the defendant, would it be fair to describe him as inconsistent progress?
Yes, it would be fair.
So sometimes he would do good, and sometimes he wouldn't.
Correct.
And his not doing good was could be violent, correct?
Correct.
Aggressive.
Correct.
You made a comment on direct about that he couldn't stand up for himself.
In a situation where there are a few children, if he was being bullied, he would just get, he wouldn't be able to talk it out or see what happens. He would go silent, be like this, and then it could lead him to other inappropriate behaviors.
Okay, so what you were saying, I think, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is he couldn't stand up for himself the way he should stand up for himself, but he could certainly stand up for himself and become aggressive and violent.
Correct.
Okay. So even though he was small, that didn't stop him from being aggressive and violent, hitting other kids or teachers.
He would do that at times. He could do that at times.
Okay. Now, I'm not sure if this was shown to you in the packet given to you by Ms. Curtis. Those records that Ms. Curtis showed you were not all the records that you were involved with, correct?
Correct.
That was just a sample.
Correct.
Okay. Let me show you SBBC 1739, where your name is on it as teacher on the top.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
You recognize that document?
yes.
And what is that document?
This is a conference forum. It was with the teacher and parent and Nikolas discussing his behavior.
Okay, so what's the date on that form?
4/14/2010.
Okay, and do you recall the last one I gave you with Ms. Russo was February 19th of 2010? I'll let you hold that one.
Thank you. Yes,
So that's 2 months later, correct?
correct.
Okay, so in February of 2010, things look pretty good,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
So what happened between February and April now? Your name is on it. Does that mean he's back in the cluster, back in ESE?
He is back with me.
Okay, and what are your comments at that time?
I talked about his inappropriate behaviors. He had started yelling, cursing, throwing items. This is the destroying other students' project. Disrespects to adults is increasing.
I'm sorry, ma'am, could you just?
I'm sorry. It talks about Nicholas's inappropriate behaviors, yelling, cursing, throwing items, destroying other students' projects, disrespect to adults is increasing. He has been spoken to numerous times by teacher, the family counselor, to find out what the reasons were for his anger.
Okay, and so obviously his behavior went backwards again.
Correct.
Okay. If we can go to what happened, he went to 5th grade. Do you know?
No, I don't.
And is 5th grade part of the cluster?
Yes, it is.
Who is Mrs. Weiner or Weiner, W-E-I-N-E-R?
Mrs. Weiner was a 5th grade teacher.
And the cluster that you're in, is that just 3rd graders or just 4th graders?
I had the intermediate, so it was 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Okay. The school year of 10 and 11, were you not there, or how come you don't have the defendant at that time?
I don't remember. I know that, I believe another ESE, we were growing, so that another ESE teacher had come into the cluster.
Were you aware that he was working on grade level in 5th grade except for math?
No, I was not.
Let me show you SBBC 1749, 1750, 1752, and 1753. May I get this marked as a wizard? Would you stick it? Let me show you what's marked as 24X in your honor. These, again, are documents under the certification. The state would move 24X into evidence, and I will get a clean copy. There's some highlighted ones.
They're documents that were included under the certification that was
Yes.
entered by the defense as
Yes.
part of their exhibit 38. All right, is there any objection? No. Okay, states, what is it marked as, please?
24X.
States 24X for identification will be received as states 484.
Asked you to look at these documents from October 6, 2010, December 16, 2010, January 4th, 2011, and May 2nd, 2011. They're titled Conference Interim Forms.
Thank you.
Please take your time. Ms. Rodriguez, having had a chance to look at those conference, I guess, interim reports, does it indicate that he was on academic level in all subjects except for math?
It does indicate that, and he also, as well as the teacher, there was also an ESE teacher, Mrs. Dowling, in that classroom at the same time.
Okay, so he was still getting services, wasn't he?
Correct.
Okay. So, in your direct testimony, you had testified, and I'm not saying incorrectly, at third or fourth grade when you had him, that he was below academic level.
Yes.
Okay. And you could see from the records that when he chose to be, he could be on academic level in many subjects, correct?
He could be, when, I don't know if I should say this, but sometimes I don't know if his work was smaller or what, or if he was going at the same rate as the other students without the disabilities.
Okay.
I don't know that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No further questions.
Okay, Ms. Curtis, is there anything else for this witness?
Excuse me.
Whenever you're ready.
So you were just shown some documents regarding the services that Nikolas had in 5th grade.
Yes.
He had direct speech and language services, correct?
I would believe so, yes.
And what does that mean?
He goes to a certified speech therapist. He has one-on-one or one-on maybe 3 at the most. And she goes and helps him with his skills and deficits.
Okay. And he also had specialized instruction in the academic areas, correct?
Yes, Mrs. Dowling is an ESE teacher.
So what would that mean in a regular classroom?
In a regular classroom, it could mean she would tell the directions in a different way, as well as the mainstream teacher. She could see if he was frustrating and needed help. She could encourage him or redirect him, and obviously help him with his academics.
Okay, so she was helping him directly in the classroom as he was doing his work?
Yes, she was in the classroom.
Okay, and how is that different from collaboration, which is sometimes a service?
In the classroom?
Well, are you familiar with collaboration in academic areas?
No.
No, okay, because in your classroom it's all specialized instruction, yes. Okay. And he was also receiving direct instruction in social skills, correct?
Well, if he was there main time, it would be with their lessons, yes.
Okay. You were also asked about his 4th grade Fcat score, which was a level 3, is that right?
One of them was, yes.
Okay. And do you remember the numerical score that he got? Not the number 3, but the number of points that he got?
I would have to see it.
Okay. Do you still have it?
No.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
How many overall points did you receive?
1,472.
Okay. And how many points are required to?
1,456.
Okay. You were asked about the Reynolds Intellectual Assessment Scale testing that was done.
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that that is a screening tool? It's not a full-scale IQ test?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection to leaving.
Sustained, ask opening questions, please.
Okay.
Redirect.
Now, you were shown, and the jury was shown that page of the exam, but I want to do the psychological exam. I want to ask you some questions about the next page, emotional attention. Do you recall that there were some comments from you on this?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember what those were?
All right. Lots of hyperactivity, aggression, anxiety, depression. He was very anxious at school. You could see it, looking around and like this. I talked to him. He says he worries a lot, nervous, fearful. He gets very nervous during tests. And he knows that he worries about things that can't be changed. I said he was hyperactive and aggressive. He had trouble staying in his seat. He acted without thinking and interrupted others when they're speaking. He can't wait his turn. He has poor self-control, seeks attention while doing his schoolwork. Aggressive behavior. Do you want me to continue?
If you remember these things.
Yes. Aggressive behavior included his seeking revenge on others, calling other children names, and annoying people on purpose. He states that he frequently gets angry with his brother, and that there was a abusive relationship with that. He stated that he got beaten up by his brother.
Okay. How did, do you remember how he said that he felt overall about his life?
He was feeling very sad. He wasn't in control of what was happening with him or his life.
Okay.
He also stated that he doesn't think anything goes his way, and he doesn't be able to control what happens to him.
Okay. Now, you testified about some of his aggressive and violent behaviors. Mr. Marcus asked you if those were behaviors displayed by an adult, they would be crimes, right?
Yes.
He asked you that. Okay. So when he's displaying these behaviors, or when he displayed these behaviors, why wasn't he just kicked out of class, kicked out of the school?
He wasn't kicked out because he was an ESE teacher. Those behaviors and everything were part of his IEP. There were strategies, which part of the cluster was to help him. There was a very strict behavior system, but he could earn, on the positive, he could earn points, and then he could earn activities. And then we worked with the family. I wrote a note home every single day to the parents on every child, so they would know what they could work on or what was going great or needed improvement.
Okay, and when you said the behaviors were part of his IEP, what did you mean?
Well, we would address, if he's violent, we would address that. If he's aggressive or disrespect, because you would have part of the IEP about behavior.
Okay, so it was part of his emotional behavioral disability.
Yes.
Okay. And these behaviors, would you agree, or in your opinion, are they a manifestation of that?
Yes.
May I have a moment?
You may.
I don't have any more questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank
you very
you.
much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Sorry I was late.
Oh, that's okay. This place is hard to find.
Almost 2 hours with the traffic.
Oh, I'm sorry about
That's
that.
okay, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess for about 10-15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. Please leave your notepads behind, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. Okay, the jurors have been excused. We're in recess for 15 minutes until 5 after 11. I understand we have perpetuated testimony of B'nai Browd, and that it's quite lengthy. So my plan is to go till about 12:30, take a recess, and then play the remainder after lunch.
Yes, ma'am, that's fine. If I may just do a couple quick things before we bring the jury in.
Okay?
I just need to ask that some photos be admitted. These are what's been marked for identification as events A through L. And these were shown to Ms. Brown during the course of her testimony without objection from the state.
Correct.
I just wanted to admit them prior to playing the video because they will be shown by Ms. Brown in the video. EDF.
Okay, quiet please. Without objection, defense A for identification will be received as 39. Defense B for identification will be received as 40. C will be received as 41. D will be received as 42. E will be received as 43. F, 44. G for identification will be received as defense 45. H will be received as 46. I will be received as 47. J will be received as defense 48. K will be received as defense 49. And L will be received as defense 50. These are all photographs that are discussed throughout the perpetuated testimony of B'nai Browd.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, just so the record is clear, I think that the transcript will reflect that there, like A becomes 1, B becomes 2.
Okay.
Just so that the record, it's noted in the record by what I'm saying now, that so what's going to be contained in the court reporter's transcript now won't be those numbers, but
But the letters are correct? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the record for purposes of this trial and for purposes of appeal will be the numbers as I stated, because we already have 1 through 12 or whatever, however many these are. So 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. So, Madam Court Reporter, I don't know how you want to handle that. If you want to, do you want me to say the number that it was referenced in deposition and the number that I'm giving it in evidence? Would that be easy? So, okay, so then it would be A1-39. Does that make sense? Is that the best way for you?
I think so.
Okay. B is 2-40 or 2/40. C 341. D is 442. E is 443. F is 444. G is 445. H is 446. Wait a minute. What did I just do? Sorry. When you count, that's how you count strides in an equestrian competition. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. That's why my mind went. Sorry.
No worries.
All right, 5 is 43, 6, 44, 7, 45, 8, 46, 9, 47, 10, 48, 11, 49, and 12 is 50. That was embarrassing. Okay. And I'm going to read the instruction on edited recordings by agreement, 2.2.
Only other thing, Your Honor, is that I have a manila envelope here that's been marked by B as 5Q, which contains the flash drive of the video that we will be playing that's connected to the computer right now, but I just wanted to get this
Okay?
admitted to evidence so that I don't forget.
So, Mr. Marcus, the flash drive of Fanae Brown's testimony is marked for identification as 5Q. Is there any objection to the court receiving that as defense 51?
No, Your Honor, and I'm also not asking for any additional evidence of Ms. Brown's inability to come to court. I'm satisfied that unfortunately she's ill, and we don't need to put on it. They do not need to put on additional evidence.
So you're stipulating that the burden has been met by the defense in that the witness is unavailable to testify, and therefore her perpetuated testimony should be published to the jury in lieu of live testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Judge, can we just begin the video to do a volume check before the jury comes back?
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Blackwood, would you line them up? They are. We only get called out when we're in trouble.
We are on the video record. Today's date is July 4th.
Did it cut out, or that's what we were doing? That's all you were doing?
I just want to make sure everybody could hear.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Ready to?
Yes. Are both sides ready to bring in the jury?
It's ready, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we have defense 51 in evidence ready to be published.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Jurors are entering?
Listen. Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Members of the jury, you are about to view a video recording. I'm instructing you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to or view and consider this evidence. Defense, when you're ready, you may publish what's been entered into evidence as defense 51 to the members of the jury.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We are on the video record. Today's date is July 14th, 2022, and the time is 10:07 a.m. This is the video deposition of Fanae Brown, taken in the case of the state of Florida versus Nikolas Jacob Cruz. My name is Joyce Marks with Prestige Reporting Service, located in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. This video deposition is being conducted remotely via Zoom video conference. Counsel, please state your appearances for the record, starting with counsel for the state.
Jeff Marcus.
Casey Secor for the defense.
Ms. Brown, if you'll raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brown, good morning.
Good morning.
And you, of course, understand that we're recording this deposition for purposes of next trial, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we're going to go over some various periods of time that you knew Nikolas and his family. And if at any point my questions are unclear or you're not sure what I'm asking, please just ask me to rephrase. But I want to start with your relationship with Linda Cruz. And so first just tell us who Linda Cruz is related to Nikolas.
That's his mother.
Okay. His adopted mother?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you and Linda first meet?
In 1986, I believe.
And where was that?
In Long Island.
Is that where you're from?
Yes.
Was Linda from Long Island as well?
Yes. Well, no. No, sorry. She was, at that time, she lived in Whitestone.
Whitestone, New York?
Yeah, which is like part of Queens, I believe.
Okay. And where did you and Linda meet?
At work.
Where was that? Where were you?
We worked for the insurance company.
Okay. And did you become friends pretty much immediately?
Pretty much, yes. She was the secretary to the owner of the company, and I was the secretary to the senior district manager, so we were almost on the same level.
And were you married at the time that you all met?
Yes.
And who was your husband's name?
Ted Theodore Aronson.
Okay. And when you met Linda, were you under the impression that she was married?
Yes.
And who did you believe her husband was?
Roger Cruz.
How was your relationship with Linda when you first met? Did you become close?
Yes, we hit it off very quickly, and we had lunch every day together, and then we started hanging out. We at each other's homes, and we developed a really like a sister relationship.
And in terms of things that you did together, did you do things like go out to eat with your husbands?
Yes.
And did you and Linda ever take any classes together?
Yeah, we had a weekly thing where we would go to ceramics.
And what was your impression of Linda and Roger's relationship when you were first getting to know Linda?
Very much in love.
What did Roger Cruz do for a living?
He had his own business. He did marketing and advertising for large, like Kmart, Macy's. He would do the outline for the circulars. That's what he did. He designed them.
Okay. And when you say circulars, are those the things that are inserted in a catalog? Is that what you mean?
Catalog and by mail, the ones that you get in the mailbox.
This one.
Used to move with.
And did his work require him to travel?
Yes.
And so, did you spend a lot of time with Linda when Roger was traveling?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about what you know about the way or who raised Linda.
Her grandparents.
And do you know why that was, that she was raised by her grandparents?
Well, her mother left when she was very young, and moved back to Puerto Rico. And I don't remember what happened with her dad.
Okay. And Linda's mother's name, do you know what her mother's name is?
I don't remember.
Okay. If I said it was Gloria, does that sound
Yes,
right?
that's it.
Okay. Do you have any idea approximately how old Linda was when her mother Gloria left?
Well, she was very young.
Okay.
Yeah, because she, from what I remember, she lived with her grandparents. I don't remember her ever describing that she lived outside their house. So I think even her mother, I think like they owned like a mother-daughter type house. That's what I recollect in my head.
Okay. Did Linda ever share with you any feelings she had about her mother?
Yeah, she didn't really think of her as her mother, but she was there when her mother needed her. So I'll put it that way.
And was that much later?
Much later, yes.
Okay. And did you get any sense for what her upbringing was like being raised by her grandparents?
Her grandfather was very strict, from what she told me. But he taught her values. Her and her brother Rob.
Okay. And when you say values, what types of things do you mean?
Like, she had to work to make money and take, like we want all our kids to learn, responsibilities.
And did Linda have any siblings?
Her brother Rob.
Okay. And what about Roger? Did you know whether or not Roger had any children?
Yes, he had 4. 2 boys, 2 girls.
And do you remember their names?
Teresa, Maria, Rob, and Michael.
Okay. And were those children born by Roger and Linda?
No.
Okay. So was Roger married before?
Correct.
All right. And when you were getting to know Linda, did she have a relationship with Roger's kids?
Yeah. Yes.
And would Roger's kids have been fully grown adults by the time that Linda and Roger were together?
No. They were younger.
Like teenagers?
Yes, teenagers. Uh-huh.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I think you said, but I missed it. Did Linda get along with Roger's kids?
Yeah, from what I saw.
Okay. Did she, and I say she, did Linda end up having a close relationship with any of Roger's kids that you're aware of?
Yes. Uh-huh.
And do you know which ones?
I think all 4 because, later on after Nikolas and Zachary were younger, she would go to New York and stay with Teresa during the Christmas holiday.
And Teresa was one of Roger's kids from his first marriage.
Right.
Okay. And when you were living in New York and developing your friendship with Linda, had she ever had any children herself?
She got pregnant, but always lost them.
Okay.
Lost the babies.
And when you say lost them, can you just describe that?
Miscarriages.
Okay. Do you remember the effect that the miscarriages had on Linda?
It was horrible. It was mentally, sad. It was very sad. That's what she wanted her whole life, was to have children and be a mom.
Are you aware of how many miscarriages that you think she may have had?
If I remember correctly, I think it was 4. There's one I know she had right in the office where we worked.
Oh, how do you know that?
Because she was sitting in the chair and all of a sudden she had the miscarriage and she ran to the bathroom because there was blood.
In getting to know Linda and Roger during this period of time, did you get the sense that Roger wanted to have more children?
I'm not sure, Casey. I think he kind of did it so that, to make her happy, to fulfill her dream. That's the way I saw it.
From your perspective, were Linda and Roger, were they open about their relationship or were they more private about it?
In the beginning, they were very private about it. I hadn't met Roger for a long time when I was friends with her.
Okay.
And then when she moved into the house in Melville, you know, when they had the house built in Long Island, they moved from Whitestone to Long Island. That's when I was around him more, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But like any kind of function, they would come together.
Okay. Now, will you tell us about how it was that you and your husband and Linda and Roger came to move to Florida, how that all occurred?
Okay, well, it started with them. Originally, they always had a place in Weston where they would, you know, come and on vacations and stuff like that.
And you're talking about Western Florida and Broward County?
Yes.
Okay.
Western Florida. And then I guess one day she said to me that they are, that they're going to move to Florida. I was very upset because she's my sister, okay? And now I won't have her around like we were, you know? So, she told me that they're going, you know, they're looking for a piece of land. They're going to build a house, that type thing. Okay, and but I was very sad. But then my husband and I came to visit my parents, who lived here already, and my husband was so impressed with the weather, okay, that he left a really good job up north to come down here. And when I told her that Bruce wants to move to Florida, we had a house in Mount Sinai at the time.
That's New York.
Yeah. And when I told her that Bruce wants to move down here, it was the weirdest thing because we came here before them. And they had already made these plans way before we even thought of moving here. Well, my husband thought of moving here.
And at that point, you were married to
Bruce Browd.
Bruce Browd.
Yes.
And so he was your second husband.
My second husband, yes.
And with your first husband, you raised 4 boys?
Yes.
Okay. And you...
Not with him.
Okay.
But in his time, his era.
I understand. So did you raise those 4 boys essentially on your own?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that you moved to Florida, are they all grown for the most part?
All but one.
Okay. So approximately, I'm trying to...
I mean, he was grown. He was a teenager, you know, but a young teenager. I think when we moved down here, he had just started high school.
Okay.
So he was like in the 9th grade.
So he came with you, of course?
Yes.
Okay. Once you moved to Florida, where do you and Bruce move to?
At first, we moved and we stayed with my parents.
Okay.
And then we found a place in Margate, and we moved there.
And where did Linda and Roger move to?
Boca. They were renting a townhouse till their house was built.
And the house that they were building was located where?
In Parkland,
Okay.
Florida.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit A. And I'd just like to ask you, you've looked at these before we began today, but I just want to ask you a couple of questions and then just ask you to describe the photo. Can you just tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes, this is Linda, and this is her kitchen in Parkland, Florida. And it looks like we're having a party. So I'm guessing I was there.
Okay.
I don't know, but yeah, I'm guessing.
And so that's the house that they were building when they were renting in Boca, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And would that have been the house that she and Roger lived in for basically the entire time that you knew them down here?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Because I still knew her after we parted our ways.
Yes, ma'am. And we're gonna
Okay.
get into
Yeah.
that, I promise you. I just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. When you were getting to know Linda in New York and when you moved down here, was she a social person?
She had friends, yes.
Would you consider yourself to have been one of her closest friends?
Yes.
Okay. And when you all went out, was she somebody that she liked to drink and smoke cigarettes and things like that?
Yeah, well, socializing.
Okay.
Yes.
But you wouldn't have considered somebody at that point that had a problem with alcohol?
Oh, by no means.
Okay.
No, not at all.
I'd like to move now to the adoption of Nikolas. And first, just like to ask you, did you know anything about a plan for Linda and Roger to adopt a baby?
No, not at first.
Okay. And do you remember how long it was before Nikolas was born? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay.
And this doesn't have to be on the record. You showed her a picture. I couldn't see what the picture was. Were you going to move it in? I don't mind because I'm sure we can screen share it and it can be part of it. I don't want to disturb your flow, but you showed a picture, but I don't know, have no idea what it was.
Yeah, and the only reason I didn't show it, Mr. Marcus, is because I didn't want to publish it without a judge saying that I could, but I'm happy to show it and ask for it to be published if you prefer that.
Yeah, those pictures I'm not going to object to, so don't worry about it. I'm not going to object to those pictures coming in.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, then I'll just have Miss Browd show a little bit higher up.
Do you? I don't mind if, and I could see it. Thank you. I don't mind if you do a sharing screen so it's a better picture. Whatever you like is fine.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I have them printed, so I'm going to have Miss Browd hold them up just because my Zoom skills are not that great, and
Okay, not a problem. It's fine if you show them then. That way I see them, and you can go on the record, Joyce. I have no objection to that picture being shown to the jury. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, that would have been defense exhibit. Well, it's for identification purposes marked as defense exhibit A, and upon admission would be defense exhibit number 1. Thank you. All right. So I think I was asking you, Ms. Brad, how long was it before Nikolas Cruz was born that you found out that Roger and Linda were going to adopt him? Do you remember?
About a month. I think it was like a month.
Okay. And was this surprising to you?
Yes.
Why?
I would have thought that she would have included me in her process. Taking Nikolas's biological mother to the doctor and so forth, things like that, where I would have gone with her,
Right.
supported her, and she wouldn't have been by herself. And that's why I say that.
Okay. Were you at all sort of hurt that she hadn't included you in that process?
A little bit.
Okay. And
A little bit.
Did you ever find out why maybe she didn't include you in that process?
No.
Okay.
I don't think I even ever asked her,
Okay.
to tell you the truth.
Can you give us an idea of the extent to which she was excited about the idea of adopting a child?
Well, she was always excited about being a mom, and I'm gathering, when they called her to tell her that they had somebody that, that was willing to give up a baby, she probably was ecstatic.
Yeah.
From what I know of her.
Mm-hmm. Just meaning that you knew how badly she wanted to be a mom.
Yeah.
Okay.
She really wanted to be a mom.
And did she ever, after she told you about the fact that they were going to adopt this child, did she tell you anything about the biological mother?
No.
Did you learn anything about what Linda and Roger were doing for the biological mother while she was pregnant?
I learned after.
Okay. That's fine. Now I'm going to show you the next two photographs, which will be marked for identification purposes.
Thank you.
As this is marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit B, and can you just tell me if you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that's Roger, Linda, and Nikolas.
Okay. And do you have some idea of when that picture would have been taken?
It looks like it was taken the day they were taking him home.
Okay. And if you'll hold that up so they can see it on the screen.
Can you see that?
Yes, no objection.
Thank you, sir. So that's for identification. Defense B would be Defense Exhibit 2, and then I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit C. Just ask if you recognize that.
And that's Nikolas when he was very little.
So that would have been shortly after he got home to the Cruz home?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And if you hold that up, please. Thank you. And
No objection.
thank you. That'll be Defense Exhibit number 3. How soon after Nikolas came home do you think you saw him for the first time?
I want to say maybe a month, maybe a little less than a month.
Okay. So he was pretty tiny when you saw him for the first time?
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
And how old were Linda and Roger when Nikolas was adopted?
Well, I know that Linda was 49 when he was born.
When Nikolas was born?
Right. And because the joke was that she had him before she turned 50, and it just so happens my situation was the same way. Coincidental, okay? So I'm assuming that she was 49 years old when she started the adoption process for Nikolas.
Okay. And
I don't know how many months pregnant the biological mother was,
right.
You know what I'm saying? But it was in that era of her age.
Yes, ma'am. And we'll get to this later on, but I just wanted to make sure what you just said. What happened when you were 49 in your own life?
I also adopted 2 children at the same time. Well, I knew about one, and the other one was a surprise. So,
Okay. And so that would have been the 5th and 6th child that you wound up raising. Is that right?
right, 6.
Okay. And we'll get to that when it sort of comes up in the chronology that we're going to follow. Okay.
Okay.
And you said that you learned some things after Nikolas came home to live with Linda and Roger, that you learned some things about the biological mother of Nikolas.
Yes.
What were those things? All right, Miss Brown, you said that after Nikolas came home to live with Roger and Linda, that you learned some things about Nikolas's biological mother.
Yes.
And can you tell us what those things were that you learned?
That she, Linda was basically, through the adoption lawyer, okay, Linda and Roger were basically paying for everything as far as the biological mother was concerned. The doctor's appointments, her living expenses, and Linda would take her to the appointments, you know, and make sure that she was doing things the correct way.
Okay. And from that information, did you get any sense about Nikolas's biological mother? Did you get a sense that she was healthy or unhealthy or stable or unstable or anything like that?
We object at the vagueness of the question, her sense.
Okay. Let me see if I can make it any more clear. Did you get any sense about the biological mother's lifestyle based on what you heard?
She kind of like described the biological mother as like not being like us, you know, not like a surrogate mother. That's what I want to describe it like.
Okay.
Like she wasn't a surrogate mother. It was
Right.
just, she got pregnant, she had kids. You know, I know that Nick wasn't her only child.
Okay.
I know that part.
Okay. Thank you. Do you know whether or not Linda kept the adoption from people in her life?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And you know that from personal observation, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, did she keep the adoption of Nikolas from people within her own family?
Yes.
Okay. And did she keep Nikolas's adoption from people within Roger's family?
Yes.
Did she tell people that Nikolas was actually her biological child?
Yes.
Did that strike you as odd?
Yes.
What did you think in your own mind would explain that?
That later on, people are going to know that that's not her biological child. You know, she kind of like secluded herself so that people didn't see her for a while, and she could have been pregnant type. If that describes it to you?
Yeah, I think so. And do you know whether early on, was it her intention to eventually tell Nikolas that he was adopted, or for him to believe that he was the biological child of Roger and Linda?
From what I know, and I've seen and heard with my own ears, she would tell Nikolas that he looks just like her when she was his age. She had the red hair, the freckles, the whole thing. And she would say the same thing about Zachary, that he looked just like Roger because Roger had darker skin, okay, because he was Sicilian and Spanish. So he had a darker skin, and she would tell that, you know, you look just like Daddy, and Nikolas looks like Mommy. He never told her.
Now, I'd like to go to the adoption of Linda and Roger's second child, and then we'll sort of go back to Nick. I just want to touch on the fact that you obviously were aware that they adopted another child.
Yes, and that's when I found out everything about the biological mother.
Okay. And tell us about the adoption of, and the second child is, of course, his name?
Zachary.
Zachary, okay. And tell us about what you know about the adoption of Zachary.
What Linda told me was that the attorney that did the adoption for Nikolas called her and said, the mother is pregnant again. Are you interested in adopting this baby? And Linda, you know, said, of course.
Okay.
And that's, but I was very aware of everything that was going on then.
Okay. When you say this woman was pregnant again, so just to
The
make
biological mother.
The biological mother of Nikolas.
Yes.
Is pregnant again.
Yes.
And what role did you play in that process in terms of getting Zachary back home or bringing him home to Roger and Linda?
Okay, well, she called me to tell me that they called to say that she's in labor. And I believe she was in Ocala at the time, in jail. And the biological mother, okay? So they told Linda to come. So I drove her with Nikolas, okay, he was a little boy, 2. I drove her there.
When you say you drove her to Ocala?
Ocala.
Where was Roger?
He was on a business trip.
Okay.
And she didn't deliver for a few hours, okay, when we got there. So Linda stayed at the place where they deliver the babies for the women that are in jail. And I took Nikolas to McDonald's and I watched him while she stayed there. Now, I know that she did deliver while we were there, but Linda didn't bring him home until the next day where she went with Roger. They had a limo take them there to bring him home the next day.
So Zachary is born and then you and Linda and Nikolas go home to Parkland?
Correct.
Okay. And you said the next day, Linda and Roger
went to go get Zachary.
In Ocala?
Yes.
And where was Nick that day?
With me.
Okay.
So, always with me.
Okay. So, and you say always with you, is that something that you did normally, is take care of Nikolas when they were out of town? Or?
Yes.
How long was it before you became aware that any of Roger's grown kids heard about Nikolas and Zachary?
I'm really not sure.
Okay. You were, I think you were close with one of his daughters, is that right?
I was close with Maria.
Okay. And were you aware of whether or not Maria knew that her dad and Linda had adopted these
Not
children?
at that time. I just have to interrupt for a second.
Of course.
Can you give me that blanket, please? I'm sorry, my oxygen level goes down and I get cold. I apologize.
No apology necessary. Ms. Brown, I'm just going to ask you to look at what's been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit D and just ask you if you recognize it and describe it.
Yes. This is a picture of Roger, Maria, Linda, and James, who's not a blood relative. Okay.
Okay.
At Nikolas's baptism,
Okay. And would that have been in Florida or New York?
Florida.
All right. And you said Maria and James, is that right?
Yeah, they're not brother and sister.
Okay.
They're not related in any way.
But they were the godparents, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you show that picture to the camera, please. Up a little bit.
No objection.
Thank you, sir. That'll be Defense Exhibit number 4. All right. Ms. Sprout, I'd like to now talk to you about your memories of Nikolas when he came home. He was born in what year?
It's 2000?
I think that might have
No.
been Zach in 2000.
Right. 98?
Okay. I think that's right.
1998?
Yeah. And
Yeah, because he's 4 years older than my daughter.
okay.
Yeah.
And when he came home, I mean, you've raised 4 kids of your own at that point. And did he seem like a healthy baby to you when he came home?
Oh, yes, very, very much so.
And how was Linda with him as a mother for the first time in her life?
She was ecstatic, overjoyed. Like, I don't even know how to describe, like when you first become a mom, you know what I'm saying? And you hold the baby in your arms for the very first time. She was smiles from ear to ear, happy, doting over him, you know. She was a great mom.
Did she seem happier than she'd ever been since
Yes,
you'd known her?
much. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna show you a couple of pictures. First is Defense. It's been marked for identification purposes. Defense Exhibit E. If you would just look at that, tell me if you recognize it and describe it.
This is a picture of Nikolas. I want to say he's around 2 years old here.
Okay.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to tell, but does that look like probably Linda and Roger's house?
Oh yeah, that's definitely their house.
Okay.
I know for a fact because I know what the floor looked like.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely their house. And he was just adorable. He really was.
If you'll hold that up so they can see it on the computer. Thank you. That'll be.
No objection.
Thank you. That'll be Defense Exhibit 5, and then I'll show you what's been marked for identification purposes, Defense Exhibit F, and just ask you to recognize that and to describe it.
This is a picture of Linda with Nikolas, and you can see by this picture the love that she had to give to her kids. It's just like you can actually feel the love by looking at this picture, how she felt about her children.
And for you, is that representative of how she interacted with Nick when he was
Oh,
very young?
yes, uh-huh. Oh, yes, definitely. Definitely. Like if she could, she was like sucking it, you know?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the way she was.
Thank you.
The number on that, please?
Yes, sir. That was F is in Foxtrot for ID, and it'll be Defense Exhibit 6.
Thank you. No objection.
Thank you, sir. Now, when Nick is young, I guess it's approximately 2 years before Zach is born,
Yes,
give or take.
yeah.
How much time are you around Linda and Nikolas for those first 2 years of his life before Zachary is
All the
born?
time.
Okay.
All the time.
What types of things are you doing?
Hanging out, you know, things like that, just coming to each other's houses and hanging out.
How far away did you and Bruce live from Linda and Roger at that point?
I don't know. We lived in, where did we live? I want to say we lived in Tamarack. So it wasn't that far, Tamarack, Florida.
Okay.
So, what, 10 miles?
And when you say you saw them all the time, is it more than once or twice a week, or about?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And was Roger still traveling occasionally for work at this point?
Yes.
And when he was gone, would she spend a lot of time with you all?
Yes.
One more picture I wanted to show you before we move on. This is what's been marked for identification purposes as Events Exhibit G, as in golf. And if you just tell us if you recognize that and describe it if you do.
Yes, that is Linda's house. And that's Roger and Linda holding Nikolas. Probably, maybe he was 6 months old here.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right. And that's in their house in Parkland, is
Yes.
that right?
Uh-huh.
Thank you. And again, that's defense for ID purposes. G is in golf, and the defense exhibit number 7.
Can I just see that picture one more time?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm not sure that- Yes, that's definitely.
The house in Parkland, was that something that you felt Linda was very proud of?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Getting to Nikolas's sort of toddler years,
Uh-huh.
was there a point at which you started feeling like there was something off about him?
At 2, like at 2 years old?
Whenever
When you say
you
toddler?
remember, yeah, I mean,
Okay. Not yet. Too early yet for me to notice anything.
okay. At what point, if you did notice something that you didn't think was right about him, at what point would that have been approximately, do you think?
More like 4.
Okay. And can you tell us the types of things that you noticed that either concerned you or you thought were strange or whatever you would describe them as?
He would have tantrums if he didn't get his way. But I mean, kids have tantrums.
Yeah.
But not to that extent. It would be like a full-blown tantrum, like kind of out of control type thing.
And again, we've talked about how
He
you
would
raised.
throw things. If that's the way you want me to describe how I would see him have these tantrums?
Yeah.
He would throw things. He would kick. He would kick the floor, whatever. Lay down and scream and cry, but not like the normal tantrum a child has. Like more exerted. Maybe that's not even the word I want to use, but more extensive.
Okay.
Okay. Like a normal child has a tantrum, and you tell them, stop or whatever, with a stern voice. Okay. They normally stop. Okay, but he didn't. And he would run around and he would kick things, and it had to be his way or no way. That describes it. I don't understand.
Yeah. Can you describe to us whether he was attached to Linda, like emotionally?
Oh, so bad. He was so attached to her. She couldn't go anywhere without him. He would scream and cry, and yeah, she very attached.
Okay. And you first said that he was attached very badly, and I think what you meant was very, very strong, the attachment was to her. But did you think it was sort of over the top? Is that why you said badly?
Yeah, because she couldn't go anywhere. He would have these meltdowns when she left.
And were there times that she left him with you and he had these tantrums?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever babysit for him for more than a couple hours? Like, did he ever stay with you for a couple of days?
I babysat for him overnight, yeah, for a few days.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And how would he be when he was at your house when she was gone?
Well, it would never be at my house.
Oh, okay.
It would always be in her house.
I understand. And would he be expressing that attachment issue when she was gone?
Yes, he would stand at the window at the front of the house, and he would be screaming and crying, and I would have to yell at him and tell him, Nicholas, get away from the window. Mommy's coming back. But it took a long time to calm him down.
Okay.
It wasn't like, okay, I'll walk away from the window. It was like, I'm going to stand here for a few hours and do this. I think we lost Mr. Marcus.
Oh, we did? Oh, yes.
No? Oh, he's there. Okay.
I'm here. Thank you.
Can you describe to us any other behaviors that you saw in Nick when he was upset?
Basically, he would throw things, kick things, scream, cry. And it was very hard to control him. An example. She would have to make herself kind of like a straitjacket type thing, where she'd have to hug him. So while he was having these episodes, okay, to try and calm him down.
Okay.
If that describes it right to you, it's like very tight, holding, like restraining him type thing.
Okay.
But, her doing it.
And during these tantrums, did he ever show any aggression in any way towards other people?
I don't remember that.
Okay. in times that we've talked before, you mentioned him acting like an animal at some point. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
And can you describe what that was like?
Like he would, out of the clear blue sky, like he would start acting like a lion, okay? And he would go right in your face, go, "Ah," like this, you know? And he'd run around the house, and he would do it to everybody, not just one person, you know? And when you tell him to stop, he wouldn't listen, you know? And then when you reprimand him, and he was in his room, you know, that's when he would stop.
Okay. And did that, his acting like a tiger, is that something that went on, that was just a brief period of time, or did that go on for a period?
Forever.
Meaning months or years?
Years.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that wasn't like that was many years.
Okay. And was that a behavior that concerned you?
Yes.
Did you ever try to bring your concerns about Nikolas to Linda's attention?
No.
Why?
I don't know. I really don't know. I really, to tell you the truth, I didn't know those things until I had my own son. And when I adopted my son, and he had similar problems that I saw with Nikolas, okay? Let me stop talking, Mother. That's my grandfather clock, just to let you know. So we'll take a pause while it does that. Can you tell me what I was saying? Sorry.
Yeah, of course. We were talking about.
Oh yeah, my son.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, after I adopted my son, and I saw similarities between him and Nikolas in his behavior. That's when the light bulb went off in my head.
Okay.
Really about Nikolas's situation.
Okay. And you adopted your two adopted children in what year?
In 2000, hold on, 6, my grandson was born. I want to say 2000, around 2007.
Okay. And we will talk about that in a minute, but just staying with Nick and sort of his toddler or childhood years, was he a kid who could sort of sit still and for a period of time, or was he a kid that was more like?
Oh no, he was running around.
Okay.
He always had ants in his pants.
Okay.
Never, yeah.
And even when he was sitting down, was he?
Yeah, he was fidgeting, always fidgeting with something.
And do you remember how he would respond to any kind of loud noises around him?
Oh, it was, he would hold his ears, you know, and he'd scream, you know, because he didn't like the loud noises, but he could hear himself screaming, you know?
Yeah.
But that's what they did. My son did the same thing.
Okay. And were you around during the process of Linda trying to potty train Nikolas?
Yes.
And do you have any idea whether that was difficult for them?
It was difficult. But she had a lot of patience. Difficult for my son too.
Okay.
You know. But yeah, she had a lot of patience with him. He wore diapers for a long time.
Okay.
pull-ups.
All right. Do you have any idea how old he wore those pull-ups?
I want to say maybe he was 5,
Okay.
maybe 5.
And during this period of time in his earlier years, is Roger really involved in raising Nicholas, or is it mostly Linda?
Well, it's mostly Linda because Roger was traveling.
Okay.
You know.
So he's still
It wasn't until Roger opened his office in Boca that he was home more. But he traveled a lot.
And when Nicholas is young, did you see him interacting and play with other children?
Not really.
Okay.
Other children, he would. Let me think a second, okay? Other children would find it difficult to play with him. Because he was aggressive. So that's the reason why they didn't want to play with him.
Okay.
Because he was aggressive with them.
And is that something that you observed over the course of his entire childhood?
Yes.
How did he and Zach get along when they were little?
They got along like brothers, you know, and roughhousing and stuff like that. But Zach had a lot of friends, and Nicholas did not, and that was a problem.
Okay.
Because Zach would be invited over to kids' houses and for play dates or whatever, and Nicholas would be aggressive. So, for a while there, his Zach's friends didn't want to be around Nicholas.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit H, as in hotel. If you could just tell us if you recognize that and describe it if you do.
Yes, that is Zachary in the NYPD shirt. And that is Roger and Nicholas. And it looks like they're eating birthday cake or something. And you could kind of see that Nicholas is a little spaced out. Had that spaced out look, which he had a lot. And but he looks like he's having a good time.
No objection.
Thank you. That'll be Defense Exhibit 8. Now, in your observations, and you are spending time over there, Zach is, I think we said, approximately 2 years younger than
Yes.
Nicholas. Is that correct?
Uh-huh.
Did you see Zachary being able to do things that Nicholas still couldn't yet do?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
What types of things were those that you remember?
Well, I know that Zachary was not hard to potty train. Zachary learned how to swim, and Nicholas still couldn't swim. He would sit on the steps, and she did take him for a swimming lesson. I do remember that. Like Zach could throw a ball, Nicholas could not. His hand coordination was not developed like Zachary's was.
And
Even with a fork, when he would eat with a fork, Zachary would eat with a fork normally. Nikolas could not do that.
were there any other things about eating that Nikolas had issues with?
Oh my God, yes. He would only eat specific foods, and they had to be cooked a specific way, or he would not eat it. He would eat chicken nuggets, hot dogs, and they had to be cooked in the microwave. So if you barbecued, and he would not eat that hot dog. Let's see, what else do I remember him eating? I don't ever remember him eating like steak or anything like in that aspect.
Okay. What would his reaction be that you observed? What would his reaction be if food was given to him that was not cooked in a microwave?
He'd scream and yell and push it away, and not verbally though. Like normal kid would say, I don't want that. Like my grandson is 3. They asked him, "You want this?" No. Nikolas didn't have that reaction. He would have a tantrum. That's the way to describe it. Like it had to be his way or no way. That's the way it was.
When you were mentioning that not verbally, Ms. Brown, before we took that break, we were talking about the tantrums that Nikolas would have over food, right?
Right.
And I meant to ask you, what would, from your own observations, what was Linda's responses to those tantrums?
To give him whatever he wanted.
Okay. And in terms of child rearing, is that something that you disagreed with?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because I feel you have to teach children boundaries. Children can't always get their way. So I feel that if you don't correct them, they don't learn that.
You were also saying before we broke about his tantrums that they weren't always verbal. And based on your observations, did Nick have issues with speaking when he was young?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain if you observed Nick have any speech issues, what you observed?
Basically, what I observed from Nikolas is he wasn't able to communicate with words. He would communicate with gestures, with his hands, and that, and point to what he would want, type thing. That's how he would communicate.
Okay.
Not with can I have, or I want. He would point and scream, that's what he wanted.
Okay. And having raised children of your own, was he doing that at a point when you felt he should have been able to express himself?
Absolutely.
When he was young, when you were around him, can you describe his reaction to anything changing in his environment? Was change something that was okay with him, or was
No,
a problem?
it was not.
Just a vague and when you say young, that could mean anything.
Right.
You're right. I'm sorry. We're talking about before he's going to school, right? So 4 or 5, around that age. In the past, you'd mentioned that he had problems with change. Can you tell me what you mean by that? Okay. it's something that has come up in conversations before about Nick. You noticing that he had problems with change. Can you describe what you mean by that?
An example I can give you is when she bought, it was time for her to trade in her car and buy a new one. And we went to the car dealer and she bought a car that was much different than the one she had before. One she had before was a Toyota van, and now what she bought was a BMW SUV. Nikolas didn't like the car. He would have tantrums because he couldn't move around in that car. So I think she had the car maybe, without exaggeration, I think she had the car maybe 3 weeks. And she traded it in for another van, a Nissan van. And she said it was because Nikolas wasn't comfortable in that car. It was too small. He didn't have the, I'm sorry. Let me put this on Do Not Disturb. He didn't have the availability to walk around. In the van, he could walk around. Okay? Mm-hmm. But in this car, it was an SUV, so there's no place to walk around. So she got rid of the car because of Nikolas. And that I remember precisely.
I'm going to show you a picture from, I think, this time frame. This is what's marked for ID purposes as Defense Exhibit I. You could just tell us if you recognize that and describe it if you do.
Well, I recognize that it's Nikolas.
Okay. And
it's in Linda's house. I don't remember the date it was, okay? And it looks like, for me to describe to you, it kind of looks like the way Nikolas would do the lion or the tiger action. That's the way he would be in your face when he was doing it.
You show that to the camera.
Can you see it, Mr. Marcus?
I can. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
That again is Defense Exhibit I for identification, and will be Defense Exhibit 9.
No objection.
Um,
Did she give an age when this was?
It probably was around maybe 3.
During this period of time when Nick is, before he's going to school, ages 2 to 5 or so, are you and the Cruz family still spending lots of time together?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And what types of things are you getting together to do?
Barbecues, just hanging out together. I would stay over. I'd go over, we'd watch a show together that we were both into. Having dinner, that type of thing.
What about holidays?
Okay, holidays, we would spend holidays together later on.
Okay.
Like I've been to their house for Thanksgiving. when Roger was alive. But after, we would be together for all the holidays because the family was in New York and we were here.
I understand.
Wasn't until I think Nikolas and Zachary were, I want to say, 7 or 8 years old, that Linda would start going to New York and staying with Teresa, Roger's daughter, for a Christmas vacation.
Okay. Were there ever times that Linda and Roger helped you and your husband Bruce out?
Oh yes, many times.
And can you just give us an idea of what that was about?
Yeah, well, when we moved down here, my husband was told he would be making a certain amount of money, and that was not true. So I worked 2 jobs because he was on commission and he wasn't making the money they promised him. So to make ends meet, I worked 2 jobs. And there were times I couldn't afford my rent, and Linda would help me. Roger at one time decided he wanted to be part of our business that my husband and I owned later on. And he invested $12,000 into that business. But she was there for me like a sister. Whenever I needed her, she was there for me. And me vice versa for her, you know?
Yeah. Do you know whether or not Linda ever listed you on paperwork for the boys?
Yes, from day one.
Okay.
Okay. With the physician's office, I was the emergency contact. School, I was the emergency contact. Basically, whatever you need to put an emergency person on a form, my name was there.
Okay.
And hers was on my children.
I'm going to show you a photo that's been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit L. Just ask you if you recognize that and describe it if you can.
Yeah. This is a picture on their patio of Harry and Caroline.
And who are Harry and Caroline?
They're close friends with Linda, but Linda always considered them her parents. She would refer to them as her parents. In reality, she used to babysit for their kids. That's how she knew them. But she always felt close enough to call them her parents. And like they never corrected her. You know, she said, "This is my dad," or whatever. And she introduced them. And Roger and Linda and Zachary and Nikolas are in this picture.
And this is where?
This is on their patio in Parkland.
Okay. And just your best guess about what time frame it would have been or how old the boys would have been.
Okay, well, Nikolas looks like he's probably around 4,
Okay.
I would say. 4. And Zachary looks around 2.
And the last names of these?
I don't remember. I know it was an Italian name,
Okay.
but I don't remember their last name.
Is Tartaglia, is that right?
Tartaglia, yeah, that's them.
Okay.
Yeah. If you say it, I remember.
I understand.
But yeah, we lived in the same development as them in Parkland, around the corner. So, but any functions, they were always there. And she always called James, her brother, and I'm trying to remember the sister's name, the so-called sister. I can't remember her name, but I know she lived in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
You know, and she had 2 kids. And that's her. Okay?
Thank you. That, again, is marked for ID as defense exhibit L as in Lima, and will be defense exhibit number 10.
No objection.
John, this isn't if you wanted to break now for lunch or keep going.
Oh, let's keep going for a few minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Like to go now and just have you describe to us about Roger's death. And just start off with where you were when you got a call.
I was in Orlando. My son was enrolling in Valencia. And my husband we had a business at the time, so he was home. And I got a call from my husband. You need to come home right away. Something happened with Roger, and you need to come right away. The neighbor called my husband. So, in description to tell you, I drove home very fast. And I got home, and I dropped my son off, and I went directly to Linda's house. And when I walked in, the neighbor said to me, she doesn't think that he made it. Because when they left, there were no lights or sirens when they left the house. When Linda came back, the neighbor left and I stayed with the kids.
When you say the kid, you're talking about
Nicholas and Zachary.
Okay.
And when Linda came back, I knew as soon as she got out of the car that Roger didn't make it. And she broke down in my arms, and you know, we tried to keep things away from the kids, okay, emotional things away from them. And we went into her room, and you know, that's when she broke down. My husband stayed with Nikolas and Zachary in their rooms, you know what I mean? Or maybe in the bed, I don't even remember. And then she said to me, she said, my best friend, my soulmate is no longer here. And she said, she told me what happened. She said that Roger wasn't feeling well. And he was about, either he went to the doctor or he was about to go to the doctor. Because that was one thing about him. He went to the doctor if he didn't feel good. Okay? And she said he was in the den with the boys. And then she said, I was making lunch in the kitchen. And I saw Nikolas, their den was all the way in the back of the house. So I want to say, it's not close, okay? So Nikolas came running down the hallway. That gives you some idea of the length. And ran into his room, which was right close to the kitchen, okay? And he was crying. And she said, Nikolas, what happened? Daddy yelled at you? And he said, as clear as the sun shines. No, Daddy's dead. And she ran to the back of the house and she put Roger on the floor. He was on the couch. She put Roger on the floor. She called 911. She started CPR because she had her CPR thing from the kids, from adopting the kids. That was mandatory. And she tried to revive him. And the ambulance got there, but it was too late. And that was it. That's what happened.
And how old were the boys approximately at that point?
Nikolas was 6. I know that for a fact. And Zachary was 4.
So that would have been the year that Roger died was...
Let's see. He was born in 98, right?
Nikolas, yeah.
Yeah, so 2004.
Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't have my children yet. So, yeah.
Did the amount of time that you spent at Linda's house increase after Roger died?
Oh, yeah, I was there every day.
Okay. And did your husband Bruce spend a lot of time there too?
Yes.
And I think it's sort of obvious, but tell us why you started spending more time over there.
Well, she didn't have anybody else here. And our relationship was like sisters. And if I wasn't at her house, she was at my house. But we were together every day. And my husband felt that he needed to step up to the plate and be like a dad to Nikolas and Zachary.
Did you go to Roger's funeral?
Actually, my husband and I arranged everything. Linda was in no shape to do anything. My husband was in that business, okay? So my husband knew exactly what needed to be done. And he contacted the funeral home in Boca. And that's where we had the body sent to. My husband, I contacted a police officer that I knew as a child growing up who owned a funeral home in New York because Roger had a lot of business people in New York and family in New York. So we decided to fly the body up to New York for them to view the body, okay, for the funeral home. And so we made the arrangements for John that's the funeral director, to pick up the body at the airport and bring it to his funeral home. And then we contacted the police, the PBA, because Roger was extremely involved with the one in Boca. And because of his business, he was in advertising. So he did a lot of fundraising things for them. Okay, he also gave money to them. Okay.
When you say the PBA, what is that?
The Police Benevolent Association.
Benevolent Association?
Yeah, that's it. So we contacted them and told them that Roger had passed away. Roger was also a veteran. So we made arrangements for Roger to have a 21 gun salute at the funeral. Okay. And the Boca police, they did, they they escorted Roger to the funeral home with motorcycles and stuff like that. So he went out as good as the president of the United States. But, you know, and he had the flag, American flag, and it was beautiful. My husband did a great job.
Were there things that you started helping Linda with after Roger died?
Well, yeah, after I sat her down and I said, listen, we need to know, you know, we need to call the insurance companies for the life insurance policies. And, you know, we had made arrangements to have several death certificates, okay? Different ones that have to show the cause of death and ones that don't. And because certain places need certain things. So her and I called together different policies that he had in the office, in the house office, and only to find out that he cashed them in.
You say he, you talking about
Roger. She had no idea.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a lunch break. It is 12:45. I would ask that you please be back at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you very much.